to madman, stage left. The audience rises and holds their breath. They let the vampires into their house, pretend they don't see when the teeth come out. Put a band-aid on their throat. No one wants to rock the boat, and no one wants to talk about it. You're not supposed to talk about it. The curtain rises and the players come out. Webs of light spinning from their mouths. Stop looking, listen for a little while. Attention to the men behind the curtain. Just look away when you see the blood spurting down to a steady drip. I promise to leave you a little bit. I'll be back for another drink tomorrow. I love the taste of your terror and your sorrow bathing in your blood. It's never enough. Upon the face of all mankind, our numbers up and the dead won't sign. Go along to get along, hypnotized by the siren song. The flames are empty and the crypts are cracking open. The horde's upon you and you stand there frozen, waiting for the word. Stand in line and wait. Don't follow the strings to find out who is pulling. Just drink your poison, keep on laughing and drooling, eating your own flesh. The master always knows what's but no one wants to talk about it. It's safer not to talk about it. I cut my strings, no more bowing to the master. I tried to run, but they only came faster. Now I stand my ground. I ain't backing down. Silver bullets in my pistol, in my holster. My will is strengthened and my confidence is bolstered. Don't test my resolve. Don't test my resolve.
Hello and welcome to the Iron Mountain Hour. It is Sunday, January the 21st, 2022. As I'm trying to catch my breath, I'm
24.
Cliff. What did I say, 22?
Yeah. We're coming from the past. Hello, future land.
That's right. Glad to see you. Jump in the chat. Tell us how you're doing back in the year 2022 or 2024. We're in 2022. Apparently, in my mind, as I try to catch my breath coming down, running down the stairs, I had a little package of nicotine I was looking for. I was going to pop one in before I started the show and misplaced it, so I have to do without that.
Nick Fitton and got your blood pressure up. No wonder you think it's the 2 years
Oh,
ago.
no, it's no Nick Fit. It's just this, you have one of these that hypes you up just a little bit.
Wow.
One of those Zen things. I don't know if you've tried those, but they're pretty tasty. It's kind of like a skull bandit, except you don't like get a mouthful of slobber and have a bunch of nasty spit in your mouth.
Is it kind of like the snooze?
I guess maybe it's a pouch with nicotine salt in it.
Okay, there's not really any tobacco in it.
No, there's no
Okay.
tobacco.
So
It's
it
just
wouldn't be. Snooze still is a tobacco product.
yeah, I guess it may be similar to that, but it's more just like you just get like a flavor. I have like a coffee one, and there's like a citrus one, and a wintergreen, and
Okay.
cinnamon. I had a cinnamon. I was gonna have. I had a glass of Coca-Cola, and the cinnamon goes really good with Coca-Cola. But what's up? Tell us what's up in the chat. Go down the description. We've got stuff for you to follow us there on X, or Twitter as it was called. You can follow our friend Aaron Armageddon at the Armageddon Hour podcast, whom I stream with every Thursday night doing the news and current events roundup. You can follow him on X and YouTube there. You can follow us on Rumble. Please like, share, and subscribe to the video, whatever platform you may be on. And please follow us on all the others, because you never know when we're going to be taking off one, not be able to reach on one. So, in addition to your preferred platform, your preferred way to watch the broadcast, go ahead and follow us on one of those other ones. I think we can stream on Rumble right now, but I'm kind of got a lot of money tied up in the streaming operation that we've already got, and I'm not really ready to expand yet. So if we start getting a big following over there, I will expand it to Rumble. But for right now, it's pretty low, so it doesn't really justify spending any more money unless we pick it up. But it would be good if you'd follow us there, and you can watch the replays within a few days after we put them up on YouTube and Twitter. But with that said, we're going to be talking a little bit about a couple of topics. We like to do a local topic on our Sunday shows, in addition to our kind of overarching topic, which takes up most of it. And then we get, at the end of the show, we get into a little bit of local history or a local story of interest or something like this. Now, we've covered both of these stories before, but we've got updates on the World Economic Forum stories, and as they just finished their annual meeting.
It's just bugging us.
That's right. And we're not going to eat the bugs, but it is bugging us.
But he knows how to get rid of them.
That's right. I'll kill the bugs. We're talking about a commercial, and we have a lot of fun at work. We
dress up like Schwab and...
No, I didn't think of that. That's a good idea too, though. We will not eat the bugs. We will poison the bugs. No, but we have a lot of fun. We
dwindle the bug population down to 144,000.
That's right.
Or whatever.
Well, well, we're not talking. Well, I mean, if you want to get into the tribulation talk there, and the 144,000 Jews that were saved, in that what it is, 144,000 Jews that are the 12 from the 12 tribes that get saved in the Revelation. Now we could get into that too, especially with Armageddon Hour, because he really likes to get into the Revelation stuff, and we have a lot of fun talking about that. And not only a lot of fun, I mean, it's very important stuff, whether you believe in it biblically or not. The ideas are very important, and they go back a long time. Is it 2024 a cicada book down your direction? A cicada book down your direction. I'm not sure what that means.
I do know that this year that both like the 13 and 17.
Oh yeah, a 2-year cicada. Yeah, we are having that this year. I thought he was. Oh, boom. Okay, yeah, it is right. We're having, right like Dustin said.
Yeah. I think whatever the things, it's like the first time since like the early 1800s. I don't remember the exact date since the last time both broods of them were active at the same time. Yeah,
and we had a pretty big cicada boom. About 3-4 years ago. They were just all over the place, and yeah, we're having both at the same time. A locust plague, if you will. Speaking of that, see, Dalton, I was thinking you were thinking of.
They have it down packed. They can just hang out in trees and scream all day.
Yeah, and eat all the leaves. Mm-hmm. And I was thinking of when you said cicada, my mind went straight to cicada 3301. The puzzles that came out. Do you remember those? I think it was 3301 was the number of it. But it was a series of puzzles that came out in, like, I think it was like 2013, 14, 15, somewhere around there, the early to mid 2010s, and it was a series of puzzles. In this group, Cicada 3301, claimed they were looking for, like, the best minds in the world, and they had a series of very, very complicated puzzles that you really had to be very technologically proficient to solve the puzzles, in addition to being fairly brilliant and fairly thinking outside the box. If you've ever played like Call of Duty Zombies from like I don't know, like Black Ops 3, where you have all these random things where you have to do to move on to the next level, and it's like, how do people figure out how to do this? This is the kind of puzzles they're solving on Cicada 3301. So I think most people in Call of Duty actually just cheat and look on the internet, and that's how they know what they're supposed to do. But there's a small percentage of people who actually will figure it out.
It's like once I figure some of them out on things with puzzles like that, but then there's like I get to a point and I'm like I don't want to invest that much time to organically figure this out. So I'm like, okay, I only have this much time to play this and I'm stuck. So I'm like, I'll look up the part that I need to get my next bit of progress, and then I go until I get stuck again.
Yeah, Dalton says, imagine how the cicadas must have been 1,000 years ago before development and deforestation. Yeah, before we, had ways of keeping them, before really building structures like we do today that are tight that they couldn't get into, before, removing a lot of their habitats. And, we live in the woods. We just cut all the trees down. And that's what I tell people a lot of times when it comes to termites. It's like your house is made out of termite food, and the termite's job is to eat the rotten wood on the floor of the forest. So you're basically building your house in their home, and it's the same thing with cicadas. So we just cut down all the woods around us, but they're still going to want to come around us. Yeah, but it would have been wild for sure. Do you all get them up there, Dalton, in PA, or? I really don't. I'm pretty ignorant as to, the nationwide migration patterns of cicadas. I do know about the monarch butterfly, because when I was probably before I was even in kindergarten, I was terribly interested in the life cycle of the monarch butterfly. I had a book about it and read it all the time, so I could tell you all about that. And trains and the Titanic. That was my thing before I started school. But we've talked on this show. One of the first episodes we did, I think it was probably 5 or 6. We did an in-depth breakdown of the World Economic Forum and a lot of the things that it had in mind and had planned for the people of the world leading up to, there was Agenda 2020 or Agenda 21, and then they've achieved a lot of the steps in that with regard to a lot of the climate controls, if you will, that have been put in place. A lot of the geoengineering, things like this to affect the global climate. A lot of sustainability measures, which in a lot of cases just means moving over from a really abundant resource like what they call fossil fuels, but let's be real, let's call it petroleum-based products, because we know it's not fossil-based now pretty much, and it's probably abiogenic, and a lot of the new research has shown that it's probably a natural byproduct of the Earth exchanging minerals from the core is where this petroleum actually comes from. So, at any rate, this is what sustainability means: is moving off of this actual sustainable product into something that is. It sounds good by being good for the environment, but really what it means is there's a very limited amount of this resource, so it has to be spread out amongst everybody. So only so much of it to go around. Everybody only gets so much, and everybody reduces the amount that they use. And they tell a lot of these numbers about climate change, and they say we had this many climate related deaths this year. Oh, this is the record number of climate related deaths. But I gotta tell you, they're full of shit, because if you look at people dying due to flooding and things like this back in the early 20th century, just look at what the TVA did to this place on account of all the flooding damage that was done. So we've way improved the amount of people who die, and most people die of actually freezing to death rather than, if you do die of a climate disaster, you're much more likely, I think like 98% more likely to die of a low temperature disaster than you are a high temperature disaster. But at any rate, they push a lot of this stuff as the excuse for why they are going to do this great reset that they've talked about. And we got into that in the video that we did, I think in 2021, because we started seeing a lot of the steps and measures of this great reset coming into place in our local communities, and that was one of the reasons we started the channel. So we went into a lot of what that is, and if you want to go back, I think it was episode 5 or 6. It was if you just look at the beginning of our channel, it's one of the first videos we did. We did about 2 hours on it. And we did a lot of visual aids and all that stuff, and showing you pictures like this. Let's see. Let me get over to the right camera here so you can see it. I haven't set up all the hotkeys on this new setup yet. Sorry, folks. Here we go. This is my 100-yard AK target. I also hit it with a couple AR rounds too, but I shot it with a 16-inch AK, so I was a little more accurate with the AK. A lot, with the AR, it was see the tiny holes. Those are 2.23 or 5.56 holes, but that was my 11.5-inch AR, so it's not quite as accurate as my 16-inch AK. But one of the things that we showed was this: you've got all your different parts of the digital identity, and that was key to how the World Economic Forum set up their Great Reset. Is they had to have this digital identity in place, and this before the vaccine passport and things started coming out in 2020. With the COVID vaccine, this was already their idea, right? So it's perfect. We've got to know who's vaccinated, right? So this is how we set up the digital identity, but people largely rejected it. Even people who did take the COVID vaccine, a lot of them, just had a card. So very few actually went to this digital identity. This was supposed to all go place in 2020, and I feel pretty sure that was one of the main reasons for the propaganda push that we saw was to get everybody to have this digital identity. And you saw like music venues, concert, stadiums, sports venues, large scale public venues go ahead and implement this and see their attendance bottom out, and then they said, "Well, okay, well, I guess you don't have to be vaccinated," So it really, really did fail big time. As many people as fell for all the propaganda, there was a lot who still did not. And if you didn't, congratulations, you survived the most. And let's just say, efficacy, effectiveness, safety of the vaccine aside, there was more money spent on trying to get you to take that thing than probably anything else in the history of humanity trying to get you to do anything. And if you didn't do it, congratulations. You're less susceptible to psychological warfare than most people.
Unfuckwittable.
That's right. Hey, what's up, Black Duck? Glad to have you in this, man. Interesting, the couple guys openly spoke out against the WF's insane climate agenda. Yeah, there was the one guy, I don't know his name, the bald-headed guy. He did a good talk, and then Javier Milei. There we go. I think I said his name wrong the whole last episode. Javier Milei, the president, the anarcho-capitalist or anarchist president of Argentina, actually did a 23-minute speak that I encouraged everybody to listen to on Thursday's episode, where he really goes into not just the failings, but the absolute evils of collectivism and why it is not only bound to fail, it is designed to fail. The whole idea is not to bring the standard of living of the folks at the bottom up. It's to bring everybody else down. And we're going to get into a little bit of that tonight about how the whole idea, when these people talk about fairness, and they talk about, that's one of the main things they talk about, equity, they're really not talking about the way that they would like you to think that they're talking about. And if you say, well, me and this guy are having a hard time, this guy's having a harder time than I am because of something outside of his control, that's not really fair, is it, right? So Dustin, that's not really fair that he's having a hard time because something's outside of his control. So we're going to make this fair, but rather, let's say Dustin is crippled. Let's say his legs don't work right. But instead of like lifting Dustin up to where he can stand the same height as I can, they're going to kneecap me. That's the whole plan. Is let's bring everybody down to the same level, because it's not fair that some people have struggles that the rest of us don't have to. But they don't include themselves in this. They include, of course, the ruling class, just like the Bolsheviks and the communists and all the different, even the Nazis, all the different collectivists. They have a inner party that's above it all, and they call the shots, and they're not subject to these little bits that we have to be. Yeah,
Which is why all these on paper concepts that people like don't work, because you let people get involved.
Yep. Well, we'll get into that a little bit right now, because one of the main things I was going to get into is these people are utterly unimpressive people. For the most part, they've never done anything. They read and study history. Sure, that's important. You have to do that. but you also actually have to do things in the world. And we're going to look at some of the history of and the biographies of some of these folks involved in the World Economic Forum. And you're going to quickly see that none of these people have done diddly shit other than write about things and express their opinions. Now, that's all important. That's what I'm doing. But the thing is, their opinions are that the rest of us should be subjugated for the good of the planet, while they are the ones who decide, because they're far too valuable of a resource given their, vast intellect compared to the rest of us, that they will be the ones implementing this. And, as we'll see, they plan on having AI run it. So why then are they as intellectuals necessary? They find a reason that we mid-level intellectuals like, accountants, maybe even professors, and even though a lot of them are college professors, but like accountants, people who do jobs that are sitting at a computer all day, a lot of times those are going to be replaced by AI programming. You're going to have a program that's going to do the same job as them much more efficiently and much more effectively. But so you could probably say the same thing about somebody like Klaus Schwab. If you've talked to ChatGPT or something, had it do some philosophy discussions, it's pretty well read. I mean, it knows basic and modern philosophy, and it can give you. And it doesn't really understand it because it's a machine, but it can recite some of that stuff to you. But we're going to start right now with some of the updates from the World Economic Forum this year. We saw Javier Milei talking to them and putting it right in their face, like Black Duck said. Was it Black Duck? I'm sorry, man. Yeah, Black Duck. Yeah, but we also we're going to look at some of the WEF members right now to see what they say. And I think I picked out some key moments here. This is Emmett Tucker.
And I love how every one of these like economic and climate events they go to, the amount of pollution that goes to getting all those people there is just astronomical.
Yep.
It's just like, why does every single one of them have to be on their own private jet with these huge bulletproof, like, stupidly large V8 engines?
I will say though, we got to give props. We got to give credit where credit's due. These guys single-handedly keep the Davos prostitution scene active. I mean, they are employing young women in the sex worker industry. That's very open of them, or very progressive of them, and they're actually they fly them in from all over the world. It's the biggest market for prostitution in Europe for most of the year, and much like the Super Bowl of here in America, it's the World Economic Forum, Davos Summit. That's where they really get into the hookers there.
Instead of playing with the old pigskin, they're playing with the old foreskin.
That's right. So credit where credit is due, folks. These guys aren't all bad. They are keeping probably a lot of single mothers employed. So let's have a look here at Emma Tucker, and she's going to tell us why it's important that the World Economic Forum has good messaging. Maybe. Are we on the wrong one? Let's do it this way. Sorry for that, folks. That's just the way we have to do it sometimes. I better make sure they can hear it too. Hotkeys aren't working. Don't know what to tell you.
It's too cold for them.
I guess. Hope y'all are staying warm out there. Alright, desktop audio is on. Only problem is, I don't know if me and Dustin can hear it.
Well, if it said it in the Wall Street Journal, the New York Times, then that was a fact. Nowadays, people can go to all sorts of different sources for the news, and they're much more questioning about what we're saying. So it's no longer good enough for us just to say, this is what happened, or this is the news. We have to explain our working. So readers expect to understand how we source stories. They want to know how we go about getting stories. We have to sort of lift the bonnet, as it were, and in a way that newspapers aren't used to doing, and explain to people what we're doing. We need to be much more transparent about how we go about collecting the news.
I don't know why y'all aren't seeing this. Really weird. Really weird.
If you go back really not that long ago, as I say, we owned the news. We were the gatekeepers, and we very much owned the facts as well. If it said it in the Wall Street Journal, the New York Times, then that was a fact. Nowadays, people can go to all sorts of different sources for the news, and they're much more questioning about what we're saying. So it's no longer good enough for us just to say, this is what happened, or this is the news.
Okay, so sorry about that. Let's see if we can switch a scene over to a different one and see if it'll work a little better. Let's go over to camera 2. There we go, it's working. Alright, so we might just have to go over to camera 2 when we go to display capture. Okay, now we can't go to camera 2. There we go. Alright, we got it figured out now. No problemo. Alright. So y'all can do without seeing her. It'll be okay. But the next ones I want you to see. So the next one we're going to go to is one of the things they were talking about this year. Well, the reason I wanted to share that with you is because they're basically saying people aren't believing us anymore. People aren't trusting us anymore. We're the World Economic Forum. We're supposed to be the authority of things, but now people are wanting to see where we actually have the data to tell them how they're going to have to live their lives. We're planning, they're planning on telling us how we're going to live. This Agenda 2030 is not just, and this Great Reset is not just for right now, right? They're setting an agenda that they want to be followed for the rest of human history. And they admit, that this is not, there's no way to know really what's going to happen, 20 years from now even. But they have a plan for it, and they're trying to push us towards it.
But they're like, what is the plan?
Oh, no, they have a plan. Oh, yeah, but the idea that they are actually pushing for it, anything other than, they want you to just think you're making recommendations. But it's really a lot more than that. Now we're going to look at a little bit. This is one of the things that's popping up this year. This is about the future of the dollar. So let's go ahead and go to camera 2 and get ready to pop that in, since that's the only hotkey that wants to work. And here we are. Hopefully y'all can see that.
$1 trillion of debt. The interest on it is approaching our defense budget. And if we don't resolve this in the near future, something's going to happen to the dollar. The dollar has been the only reserve currency for quite some time. But if the United States can't get its fiscal act together, at some point, people are going to do what they did to the British pound and the Dutch guilder years ago, when too much money was borrowed by those countries and their currency didn't become as valuable and therefore lost its reserve status. The U.S. doesn't have any real challenger right now to reserve currency status for the dollar, but it will if it keeps doing what it's doing. We have 122% of our GDP in debt, and we are, each year our budget deficit is probably about 25% of our spending, and we just can't keep doing that. But there is nobody in the United States government that I see is really seriously addressing that problem, but it will be a big problem in the not too distant future.
Get back on the right camera here. Let's make sure. Can you hear me? Thank you for the chat, Black Duck. I think we should be good. There we go. Yep, I think we're good. So thank you for the heads up there, Black Duck. I think we got it figured out. All kinds of technical difficulties, all kinds of gremlins in this machine that the World Economic Forum wants to let run the whole world. I can't reboot my computer without it totally changing the way that I have my program set up. Even though I have all my changes saved, I've gone over this program, meticulously to make sure that I have it set up right, and it will just change things and not even tell me that they're changed, but they will be changed.
We need to fire our video engineer.
Well, the World Economic Forum there, you can see DM Rubenstein. He's talking about the future of the dollar. He's talking about how basically the dollar is not going to continue to buy what it does today if we keep borrowing against the value of it. Basically, if we keep borrowing money to fund our government and they just keep spending more money, then they're just going to be paying back more and more money that's worth less and less. So people are not going to want, particularly other countries, are not going to want to invest in the dollar like T-bills and futures. And they're also not going to want to use the dollar to trade in petroleum. Now, the BRICS nations are already experimenting with trading petroleum and other currencies. You know, these different Brazil, Russia, China, Iran. What's the C? No, C's China. Saudi Arabia. And so they're trading in other stuff. So remember, this was enough to get you invaded by the U.S. Army with Iraq, and even talking about trading in Libya, for example, trading in different currencies for your oil could get you invaded. So he's talking about, and the World Economic Forum is saying basically that the U.S. dollar, if they don't stop borrowing against it like they are without actually making up for some of the deficit, that people are going to lose confidence in it and stop trading in it. Now, I've already proposed this central bank digital currency, which the United States Fed has been working on. Donald Trump recently made the news when he said that we would not be implementing any, which pretty much makes the news everything he says. But I thought it was a big deal. He said, we're not going to be implementing any kind of central bank digital currency. And he had Vivek Ramaswamy, who dropped out of the Republican primary to endorse Trump, out there talking about it and making an issue. So you kind of saw Vivek. That's not really been a big issue for Trump, but Vivek kind of made that an issue. So good for him for pushing that out there. Now, David M. Rubenstein, he's the co-founder and chairman of the Carlyle Group. If you remember the Carlyle Group, we got into them a lot back in the early days of the Gulf War, as they were a think tank dedicated to pushing military might into different situations around the world. So that's probably where you've heard that name. The World Economic Forum here, this is S. Tharman. I'm not familiar with this man, but I think this is a key thing to look at. He's the president of Singapore. That's who he is, and he's also the Global Commission on the Economics of Water for the UN. So I have one key thing that he says that I want you to check out. That
and like the one thing, if they truly wanted, better for humanity and things to be sustainable, quote unquote.
Yeah.
Why is everything so fucking disposable nowadays?
Yeah.
It's like, if you're wanting something to be, sustainable because you care about the planet and using all these raw materials, why can't you fix things anymore?
That's a good question.
Governments are going to have to invest significantly more than they've invested before. We want the private sector to fund most of the transition, but about a third of the investment is going to have to come from government. Because of externalities and other reasons, it has to be funded. It has to be funded. And there's no magical thinking here. Funding requires taxes of one form.
So basically, people, we want to do what we want to do to you, and we're not going to spend our money. We're going to tax you, so you pay for your own enslavement. We're going to basically, as we'll show you in just a minute, we're going to push you into basically a global technocratic superstate, remove all your control, and we're going to charge you for doing it beforehand. We're going to do it on your money, on your labor.
How you said that kind of makes more sense to why I said, hey, everything's disposable. It's like they don't want you to be able to fix it. Yeah. So whenever it breaks, you're like, hey, now you can't afford this.
That's right. Now the next clip we're going to look at, this is there she is, Amani Abu Zaid, the commissioner at the African Union Commission. Okay, so she's going to talk about elections in Africa, particularly in Sierra Leone. And I want you to check this out real quick, because I got something to say on elections too.
Let's remind ourselves that the smallest and probably the poorest country in the world, Sierra Leone, had its elections using blockchain technology, and in a perfect example of what technology can do. Zero rigging. African Union, the first ever international organization having its elections also using blockchain technology. Zero mistake. That's a powerful tool.
Zero mistake, everybody. So no problems there. the elections are perfect in Sierra Leone, and we're going to see this as a theme. The World Economic Forum tends to be, and if you'll go back and look, we're not going to look at everybody who came out there because there was a ton of people, particularly from Africa and representatives of different, what do you call it, conservancy groups or different lobbying groups in Africa, different special interest groups, I guess you'd say. So a lot of different representatives from different special interest groups, particularly environmental special interest groups, coming to the World Economic Forum. They're saying, look, we're having all these environmental problems. Look, this smog in the rainforest. We're having this mineral depletion in Africa. We're having droughts.
Let's force everyone to run these big ass batteries that we get all the minerals from this country. That's like, hey, you're killing everything over here.
And that's literally exactly what they're doing with the World Economic Forum. They're having people come in and complain about literally a lot of the problems that are caused by the transition to green energy. And then they're saying what we're going to do is we're going to keep transitioning to green energy because that's going to, I know it's got problems, but we're going to let AI run everything. We're going to let Skynet call the shots. Isn't that a good idea? Isn't that a good idea?
Sometimes my misanthropic side says yes, so maybe it'll just kill all of
Dude,
us.
you know, I can't help but sometimes, like, I feel like, you know, when you go around and you meet people and you see people, a lot of times it's easy to see when you see like the worst of humanity. Like I can see why they would want to wipe us all out, right? Like I can see that. I can see why they'd want to breed us out of existence with the way we, treat each other, the way the way we can't be civilized. You know, I can identify with a lot of that, but I also can see in that, awful, I don't even know what to call it, but just horrible lifestyle that a lot of people live. Even out of that, there can come the most beautiful human beings, and the people who can change the world can come out of the most awful situations. And I think that's our job as humanity, is to try to make the way, pave the way for those people who are going to come along and advance things. And these people are not that person. The World Economic Forum. They like to think that they are, but these are people who have spent their whole life trying to be that person. And that's their whole existence, is not only trying to convince other people that they're that person, but trying to convince themselves that they're that person. So let's look at.
Sometimes that's the reason why I feel some of that way, because it's like these are the people that are ruling everything.
Yeah.
And it's just like it makes it to where you're like, okay, if we can get rid of them too, maybe if there's some small sect of the lower end of humanity that makes it back out and regrows it. Yeah. I was like, maybe.
Yeah, maybe a different kind of great reset would be better, and we'll go into a little bit about what their ultimate goal is. We're just trying to catch you up on what they're saying this year.
Maybe we should do that meme that I keep reading. Man creates AI, AI perfects itself, AI enslaves man, sun kills AI, man worships sun.
Yeah. And it could have happened before. We've talked about it a lot.
With how many ancient societies worship the sun, it's like it almost has validity.
I mean, I can see it, but the sun at the same time is, they recognize that it was necessary for life, and I mean, it would recognize. You could see why they would worship the sun when the sun's out longer each day. You got things growing. You got all the life is warmer. It's warmer. It's easier to live. So, but that doesn't invalidate what you're saying. I'm just saying.
But also, I mean, that's always that fun aspect. You're like, hey, that can explain all these things that we can't explain throughout early humanity. It's like, how did we make all these things? And then it's like, we had a great amount of technology and we let it get to our heads, and then it about killed us. And then the sun was like, nah.
I think that's the story of the Tower of Babel, but I've gone into that before.
EMP boy for you.
Yeah. Well, that lady though, she was talking about how blockchain elections, and we had the most perfect election out in Sierra Leone. But I guarantee you, whoever the blockchain election was on, those two candidates, or however many there were selected by the powers that be. So even if you have an AI election, the fact of the matter is, you're still guys, elections are at least on the not necessarily on the local level. On the local level, you can actually affect things on local elections. But when you're talking about voting for president and things like this, especially in third world countries, but in increasingly in the United States, this is just so that basically the elite want to do what they want to do, right? So they float two guys who argue over what to do, and this guy is the most popular, but either one is acceptable for them. But if this guy's the most popular and y'all vote for him, then it makes it acceptable for everybody. So everybody says, well, shit, that's not really what I want, but I mean, he was the most popular. It's what everybody else wants. So, I mean, democracy wins, right? Yay. But so that the idea of just the Sierra Leone is a good example, right?
Back when you may have had a little bit of power in voting, this is why that old saying, voting for the lesser of two evils, is why these people should be smacked.
Yeah.
It's like, why the fuck did you vote for evil to begin with?
And it's like George Carlin said, if voting really made a difference, do you think they'd really let you do it? And ultimately, that like you said, your local elections do matter some, really more than anything, because there's less money to be made on the local elections. So, as far as people being corrupt, so people are less likely to be, even though they're still corrupt on local level. They're
Tim
just
Nave for mayor.
That's right. Fix the bridge. Fix the bridge. Tim Nave for mayor. But
Skate park too.
you're a lot more likely to be caught being corrupt if you're on a local level. I mean, obviously it still happens, but at any rate, if you're a federal congressman, you get to steer a whole lot more money to, your friend or your family member who may operate a company that you're, steering money towards or something like this. So, that's where the big prize is. But you can still, even if you're the county commissioner, you could steer a street cleaning contract to your brother. You could, and then take a cut of it. So even though that might be, a few $100,000 a year versus billions of dollars a year, I mean, there's still.
I'm pretty sure that's how most of the local government.
Oh yeah, but most of that they don't even consider corruption either. It's like, oh, that's just how it is. That's just. Well, who else are they going to hire? He's the guy that runs the concrete company. But let's move on. I don't want to be on it forever because I got several more things I want to show you. So before we move on here, we're going to talk. This is basically the theme for the whole World Economic Forum. All these problems they bring forward. This is the answer. Says this is Agnes Callamard, and she is the Secretary General of Amnesty International. So this is pretty much the World Economic Forum answer for how we deal with everything.
How is AI going to address this? It's going to increase all of those characteristics. It's going to increase inequality. It's going to increase injustice. It's going to increase the number of people who live on the edge or fall off the edge unless we have intervention now. How is AI going to
do you see what she's
address
saying?
this? It's going to increase
what she's saying,
all of those.
A little bit out of context, is AI operates purely in logic, right? Logic doesn't always lead to the most fair outcome. So we've got to stop AI from just doing what's logically correct and have it do. We've got to intervene because logically, it doesn't make logical sense to help.
The machine that's supposed to think logically, we're not going to let it think logically.
Yes, because that could lead to more inequality. That could lead to more, disproportionate distribution of resources among the plebs. So we can't have that. So we've got to intervene and make sure that the AI is working in the direction that we desire that it goes. Because, we are the ones who people, that we used to own the news, but now people want to actually see where we're getting this information, why we're doing the things we're doing, why we're saying the things we're doing. So if we show them this information and then we use AI based on that data, we're going to end up with more inequality, more things that we don't want, i.e., there could be a lot more disruption among the lower social classes. Some people could rise above and use AI to their advantage, shoot above, disrupt our order, So therefore, in order to keep people from disrupting our order, we've got to control AI, stop it from being as useful a tool for people in the lower castes so that they all stay where they are. We can lower the middle down to match the lower castes, and we can stay where we are and guide through AI. We'll have AI still making the decisions logically. It's just going to need our intervention to keep it on the right track, is what she's saying. And you can go and watch all this stuff. It's World Economic Forum, WEF, on Twitter. You can watch most of it. Now, the Great Reset that I was going to show you, they deleted that from their website, but that's all right because we have Internet Archives. So, next up, we've got a big speaker at the World Economic Forum. A lot of people doing the presentation. I was going to show some of his stuff, but it was really far less interesting. But I was going to talk about who are some of the members of the World Economic Forum. We've got Borge Brende here.
I didn't understand that.
I said Borge Brende. He's the president of the World Economic Forum. That's not somebody I've heard of before, right? He's been the president since 2017, but for some reason, I've not heard his name. We all know Klaus Schwab. He's the chairman. We know you've all know Harari. He's like the visionary, basically. But who's Borge Brende? Well, he's the Norwegian.
Sounds like a Starbucks drink.
He kind of does. He's the president. He's a Norwegian.
Have a venti Borge Brandy.
He was like an environmental minister of Norway. He was the Conservative Party leader of Norway. Was the Red Cross Secretary General of Norway. This guy's been a lot of stuff in Norway. Well, what was another thing that he did? Well, he was the Minister of Foreign Affairs from 2013 to 2017. After 2017, he became the president of the World Economic Forum.
We've got to come and Spill saying hey, and
Hey, what's up, Spill?
I'd say we should get Black Duck saying his opinion to get rid of the AI because it will. If there's more potential harm from it than good.
Well, I think that you're definitely. I don't know Rubber Duck or Black Duck. Sorry, I've been talking to somebody named Rubber Duck too. As it stands, yes, get rid of it because the people in charge of developing it and pushing it do not have our best interests at heart. They have their best interests at heart. They've showed this repeatedly. So the idea that suddenly they implement AI and it's going to be like, I don't know where people get this idea because you see some things like you ask AI a question, it gives you a based response like, something that would be a traditional American opinion. When it does that, they fix that shit. They don't let it keep doing that, right? So if you have to trick it into giving you a based response. And then when you trick it into doing that, they teach it not to fall for that again. So like they I don't know if you've really watched a lot of the developments with ChatGPT and people trying to get it to say things, and people were asking it questions that the answers that it gave were based in logic, but people would consider them racist because they appeared to show certain correlations between certain races and certain behaviors, and we won't get any more specific than that. But that's all ChatGPT was given the data, right? And then so people were asking it based on that data, what do you believe in? And it would say something that progressives would consider racist. And people would say, look, if you trick it, it's accidentally based. It knows it knows reality. But they work constantly working on fixing that, and that's what she's talking about with intervening on AI, making sure that our side isn't able to use the people who believe in individual thought, who believe in freedom, who believe in human liberty, that we're not able to use it to do the things that we want to do with it. They want to make sure it's only a good tool for them. But Borge Brende, he was the minister of this. I didn't find much interesting about him, honestly. He's the son of like a engineer, and I forget what his mom was, but they neither one were like, particularly remarkable like Klaus Schwab's parents, who we'll see here shortly. But this guy, he was the Minister of Foreign Affairs from 2013 to 2017. He'd been in Norwegian government for a long time, and here's the key part I felt about him. He co-hosted the Cairo Conference on Palestine, an international donor conference on reconstructing the Gaza Strip, which garnered $4.5 billion in pledges. Well, good job, Borge. You done a bang-up job over there with your Gaza meeting. 10 years later, you really done it, man. Congratulations. But that's the president of the World Economic Forum, Borgo Brende. I don't really know much about him other than that. He's not he's one of these guys who's like a European conservative. If you're familiar with a Canadian conservative, take him about from here, take him about 3 more clicks towards like Stalin, and like he's conservative compared to the liberals and progressives in Norway, but Norway's a pretty progressive state, a lot of state centered, and it actually works for them because they have low population and large land masses, except for the all the refugees they've been implementing or importing. But regardless, they're looking to import this. They're looking to. He's a conservative, but only in Norway. We'll put it that way. So Klaus Schwab is the chairman and the founder of the World Economic Forum. All right, we're pretty familiar with Klaus Schwab, the supervillain. Let's find him in his supervillain outfit. I mean, we got to show him in it. If he's when you think of him, that's what you think of is the space villain. And used to, that was the first one you saw when you Google Klaus Schwab. But here he is in his. It reminds me of like Superman, the villain from Superman 2. Oh, come on. There we go. They don't want to let us look at it full screen, do they? Here's the biggest one I can get. There he is. In his super villain outfit, space villain outfit. But you're probably pretty familiar with him. We've gone over him a lot. Lots of media has. We're not the only one. But Klaus, he was born in 1938 to Eugen Wilhelm Schwab and Erika Epprich in Ravensburg, and his parents had moved from Switzerland to Germany during the Third Reich in order for his father to assume the role at Escher Wyss AG, an industrial company and contractor for the Nazi regime. Right? So his family was monitored by the Gestapo, and they summoned his mother because he couldn't speak proper enough German because he was Swiss, and moved to Germany. But he never actually has gotten Swiss citizenship. He's a German citizen. I thought this was pretty interesting. I'm sure many of you thought when I said that, what was Escher Wyss & C, known as Escher Wyss AG, a Swiss industrial company, and focused on engineering and turbine construction? Well, what else did they do? Well, I found a little bit about it. Yeah, they did textile spinning. They did steam engines and boilers. But what else did they do? During World War II, when Klaus's dad was in charge of, the company was a supplier for the German war effort, manufacturing and supplying flamethrowers. So Klaus's dad, his job was making the flamethrowers for the Nazis to burn Europe with. So now Klaus is the chairman of the World Economic Forum. Well, what did Klaus actually do in his life? Early life and education. Let's see what he did after his early life and education, because everybody has early life and education. What's his career been? Well, he was a professor of business at the University of Geneva in Switzerland from 1972 to 2003, and he's been an honorary professor there. Professor of business policy, right? So he's been a teacher at an obscure university, not obscure, but I'd say an obscure department of a university in Switzerland. And Switzerland's honestly, it's like they base their constitution on the United States. It's actually it's why all the Swiss banks are there, because you have a lot of economic freedom in Switzerland. It's like if you're really rich, that's where you want your money to go. They don't tax you much if you're rich. You get around the laws a lot if you're rich in Switzerland too. But Klaus has just been a professor up there at the business policy, and not actually contributing anything, not creating any products, not hiring people. just deciding how the world should be run, not based on any experience. Just he's a college professor. Now, college professors are important, especially for philosophy, legal degrees, doctoral degrees. There's you definitely need college professors. We wouldn't have the world that we have today without them. But should a college professor decide how the world is run because he's read a lot of books but he hasn't actually had any hasn't had any kind of experience in anything other than reading other people's experiences and then teaching other people based on those experiences? Not in my opinion. Now, one of the things that Klaus was really famous for is his book, The Fourth Industrial Revolution. Now, we've gone into this in detail too, but basically the idea is that, this is from Wikipedia, a key part of the industrial change is the joining of technologies like artificial intelligence, gene editing to advanced robotics that blur the lines between the physical, digital, and biological world. Now, this is going to lead to fundamental shifts in the way economies run, labor's done. You've already had the industrial revolution, and they said the third one was basically the robots taking over, like the car factories and the car plants, and basically human labor. The first wave of human labor being replaced by machinery from so that could be from starting even in the 50s on up. That's when you really start having large mass scale machinery being replaced with human labor, and with computers and computerized assembly lines, it really took people out of the process even more. So now the fourth industrial revolution is going to be the removal of human brains, the removal of the middle intellectual class from that process, right? So we're not going to need people sitting here, you got a virtual assistant on your phone. So how long are we going to still have secretaries? I mean, yeah, people like having a secretary, but eventually you'll have a digital receptionist, you'll have a digital accountant, you'll have a digital, pretty much anything that somebody who uses a computer and telephone to do their job, travel agent, and people will still want, human touches for a certain time, but eventually it's going to go away. Just like all the, everybody still wants to use a human at the grocery store, but for the most part, we all end up using the self-checks, and there's 2 lanes open where you can go through and get a human. But if you don't want to sit there and wait all day, you go through the self-check, and I think that's what we're going to end up going to with a lot of these jobs that intellectual, like I said, mid-level intellectual jobs. Lawyers, I think, will be, the rich will have lawyers, but the poor will use an AI lawyer. And the AI lawyer will almost always advise them based on, it'll never tell them, oh, well, this law is unconstitutional, so therefore you should plead not guilty and, fight it. It'll say, well, the judge is going to blah, 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 blah. So, it's going to be a worse version of a human lawyer.
Can I have my AI lawyer injected into a crazy looking fucking robot that wears a very poorly fitted suit?
Like the devil on Futurama?
Yes.
With a poor suit. Well, according to this, first industrial revolution was hand production to machines through steam and water. The second was the technological revolution between 1871 and 1914. That went to railroad and telegraphs, right, and modern production line. The third industrial revolution is the digital revolution. Okay, so I'm sorry, that was the second I was describing. The third is the digital, that was after the 2 world wars and the production of the Z1 computer, binary floating point numbers, and Boolean logic. And then you had all kind of advanced digital developments like the supercomputer and so on and so forth. The fourth is the trend towards automation of data exchange and manufacturing technologies. Basically, you're taking everybody whose job was replaced by a robot in the last industrial revolution. You're taking all the people who catalog that and process the data. You're taking all them out now, and you're moving everything over to computers. That's where we're having a computer in your washing machine, a computer in your microwave, a computer in your refrigerator. All these things. There's a computer coming in it everywhere. So we're almost done here, but you all know Harari. He is another one of the more famous cohorts of the World Economic Forum, and he is an Israeli author and a professor also, and he's done Now, I will say, you've all know Harari is fucking brilliant. He's a smart dude. There's no arguing that. But he's also spent his whole life in academia, and you know, he's written several books on it. But he's most famous probably for his lecture series *Sapiens* and his book *Sapiens: A Brief History of Humankind*, and he's been picking up recently for 21 Lessons for the 21st Century. So who is he exactly? Well, with regard to the World Economic Forum, he's like the philosophical guide, right? He's the guy who's he's like their prophet almost. Like he's looking into the future, and he's telling them this is where these trends are going, and this is where humanity's going. And he is, like I said, he's a brilliant historian. He knows more about history than I'll ever know. But and honestly, he's probably right about most of the things he talks about. But he talks about it as something that is desirable, right? I think he's right as far as when he talks about where humanity is going to go, he thinks that's where humanity should go. I don't think that's where it should go, but I think he's right. That's where it's going. So we're going to get into a little bit of that right now. You all know Harari. He avoided military service and went into academics, and he's just been in academics his whole life. And I told you he wrote about he basically is his idea is that basically indigenous people are, well, we'll just say he takes modern people and basically looks at them as just one step on the way to the final evolution of man, which is, I mean, it's honestly it's a detached way to look at it, but it's the way an intellectual, I guess, like him would have to look at it. But I'm going to read you this little bit from his. This was a really long article, very interesting, on Wired magazine. This is by Yuval Noah Harari, on what the year 2050 has in store for humankind. Now you can see we're not going to read the whole thing right here, but I found the key part to it right here near the end of it. So we're gonna read the last couple paragraphs of this together. You know, to succeed, or the daunting task he's talking about succeeding in is manipulating people's deepest emotions and desires, and pushing your brains and getting you to basically turning you into what they call biochemical bugs. So he says to succeed in such a daunting task, you would want to work very hard on getting to know your operation system better, to know what you are and what you want from life. This is, of course, the oldest advice in the book, know thyself. Now, going for, not your smartphone, not your computer, not your bank account. They are in a race to hack you and your organic operating system. You might have heard that we are living in the era of hacking computers, but that's hardly half the truth. In fact, we are living in the era of hacking humans. The algorithms are watching you right now. They are watching all that you go, what you buy, who you meet. Soon they will monitor all your steps, all your breaths, all your heartbeat. They're relying on big data and machine learning to know you better and better. Once these algorithms know you better than they know yourselves, they could control and manipulate you, and you won't be able to do much about it. You will live in the Matrix or in the Truman Show. In the end, it's a simple empirical matter. If algorithms indeed understand what's happening within you better than you understand it, authority will shift to them. Of course, you might be perfectly happy ceding all authorities to the algorithms and trusting them to decide things for you and for the rest of the world. If so, just relax and enjoy the ride. You don't need to do anything about it. The algorithms will take care of everything. If, however, you want to retain some control of your personal existence and the future of life, you have to run faster than the algorithms, faster than Amazon and the government, and get to know yourselves before they do. To run fast, don't take much luggage with you. Leave all your illusions behind. They're very heavy. So, you know, you hear Yuval Noah Harari say a lot of these things, and honestly, a lot of it is out of context, and it sounds like he's kind of this monster, and he may be, I don't know, but I feel like he's just a very detached, realist person, and like I said, I've listened to kind of hours of the guy, and I don't think he's I think he's like a, what do you call it? Not a chaotic neutral, but a neutral evil. You know what I mean? He's not really or not neutral evil. It's like, yeah, neutral evil, like, because that's not really a thing on that scale, I know, but he's on the side of evil, but he's just looking at the facts and just saying, like, this is where I see things going. But the evil is saying, well, this is where he's a genius. This is where he sees everything going. So, hey, this is what we got to do. Now, the to finish this up here, what is I want to look at this article we talked a little bit about on last Thursday's episode, and this is from 1999 or from 2000. This is from Wired magazine, and we had to pull this up on the Internet Archive too. Why the future doesn't need us, and this is a long article, and it's actually a what do you call it? A scholarly article. And you can go into this. It's based on interviews with Ray Kurzweil by Bill Joy. And he's talking about a lot of the same things and this was back in 2000. And a lot of the things that you all know, Harari, that the World Economic Forum are talking about right now. Why the future doesn't need humans. Because basically we are building systems to make ourselves obsolete. And part of that is going to be building biomechanical support systems, basically. People talk about, well, you'll never be able to load your brain into a computer. You don't have to upload your brain into a computer. All you have to do is build a computer around your brain, so where your brain can interface directly with the computer, or you can build for living forever, just find a way to keep the brain alive, and they build a robot body, and you don't have to upload your brain into a computer. You don't have to upload. There's no way to do that. They say you couldn't upload your spirit. Well, they find a way to keep your brain alive, and use a mechanical or cybernetic kind of body for you. You really probably could live forever, and we're pretty much on the verge of being able to do that. We're already starting to do, even publicly, we're doing not only genetic modification, cybernetic. For fuck's sake, Dick Cheney lived without a heart, without a heart pumping his blood for days. Or I think it was even months. He had a cybernetic heart pump outside of his body because his heart wasn't working. And this was like 15 years ago. So if they can keep Dick Cheney alive without his heart working 15 years ago, that was probably old technology by then. If they were willing to, go ahead and slap that in the vice president, who was arguably running things at the time. But all goes around to, we've talked about the World Economic Forum before, but what is their ultimate goal here? Where do we think they're going? The Great Reset. Now this was removed from their site. I'm going to show you real quick, just so y'all don't think I'm full of shit. What happens when you go to World Economic Forum Great Reset? And all this used to be spelled out here, but they had such a backlash. And remember, we were talking about how the news was critical to them, and how that people believe their news that they're talking about, and they did not get ahead of the narrative on the Great Reset. People understand what the Great Reset is. They don't want any part of it. Now look what happens here. This is weforum.org, right? This is the World Economic Forum's official website, the Great Reset. All right, I'm gonna click on this. What happens? Oh, that's the video series. That's not what I was looking for, sorry. That's actually there. So you can watch these video series. But the outline that I tried to find earlier is, here it is. The Great Reset, Strategic Intelligence. This is the outline. It says content unavailable now. So if you wanted to actually look at it and get into the details and read the PDFs like you used to be able to do on here, you can't do it. It says content unavailable. It's been removed, or you may not have permission to see it. You can watch those, puff videos that they put out for the public. You can still see all that, but actually getting to the meat and potatoes of everything, they've removed that. But we still have a little bit of this, thanks to somebody put it on a Wikipedia. But basically, the idea is a stakeholder economy, harnessing the innovation of the fourth industrial revolution. Basically, all the companies that are going to be putting into place all this new AI and technology, these are the stakeholders of this, and they're going to need to be fair to everybody, and they're basically going to use the division of ESG metrics to control people, to basically push society in the way that they want it. So it's not really about, being nice to trans people, or being, getting along with people of different races, or whatever it may be, right? It's just to see if they can get you to do this thing. Ultimately, there's going to be more things like putting on a mask, getting a vaccine. That's the kind of things that they want to control. Having you put things in your body, inhibiting your freedom in some way or another, and having you do that voluntarily by being plugged into this whole system. That's their idea. And the Great Reset is already happening, right? It started in 2020. You notice that that none of the topics we talked about tonight were the Great Reset, because they already started it. It started in 2020. It started with the COVID-19 pandemic, when all those shipping lanes and shut down and all that stuff. That was when all this shit started. It was going into place. And now they're saying we're losing control of the narrative because people don't believe us anymore. We've got to find a way to get people to trust this anymore, because otherwise they're never going to voluntarily go along with this plan. And if they don't go along voluntarily, then we're going to have to force them, and then it's going to get ugly, because other people will see us forcing them, and then we'll have to force them. They're not going to go along with it either. So that's the whole gist of what their thing is this year. Is everybody's getting wise to us. We've got to find a way to get them to believe us, and we've got to take control of AI and make people think that they're getting AI, but really they'll be getting what we tell AI to do. So that's what it comes down to this year. And then we saw in 2021, Klaus was talking about protecting critical infrastructure from a cyber pandemic, and he was saying that we would see a global cyber attack pandemic that would make COVID-19 pale in comparison, right? So we've not seen that yet, but they've been talking about it, and it's the things that they talk about tend to happen. So with that in mind, be sure you know what we've talked about, several assets of it, like the World Economic Forum Smart Cities. There's several different ways, several aspects that it is implemented. It's being implemented on your local level, and the whole idea is the future doesn't need us. The elite are going to decide how we do everything, and they just want us out of the way so that they can explore space, do all the new discoveries, create technology, life extension technology, live forever, discover all the things that there are to discover. They just needed the rest of us pesky humans out of the way. And that's what the Great Reset's all about.
The sad thing is, with it, it's like some of these things are cool, like the space exploration.
They just shouldn't be able to do it. Just fuck you guys. Y'all ain't the ones to do it. I mean, shit, if you want to do it, but just leave everybody else alone. Just leave everybody else alone. You don't have to control everybody. It doesn't matter if somebody else does it before you. It's okay. All right. Well, we're going to talk about the Overmountain Victory Trail now, and I didn't pull anything up about it, but I know the story pretty well. But I did want to show you some photos and stuff, because we around here, especially if you went to school in Elizabeth and schools, you do the Overmountain Victory Trail, where you walk the same route that the Overmountain men took through Virginia, Tennessee, North Carolina, and South Carolina. During the Kings Mountain campaign of 1780. Now, we talked about lots of time on the channel, but I'll give you a quick refresher. In 1780, there was a lot of people in our area. It was more in like the Kingsport area, over probably 20 miles, 30 miles west of here, northwest of here. People were moving down from Virginia, and the king had decreed that they were not allowed to settle on this side of the mountains. But some people were settling over there, and they had already been there, and they didn't know that they were violating the king's order, right? So they thought that they were allowed to settle there. They thought it was part of Virginia, but it turned out it was not. So after these people had already been set up for like 10 years, And the king's like, hey, we have a deal that you're not allowed to stay there. And these people are like, well, we already paid these Indians that own this land to stay here, and we're not moving. And they actually, with the Watauga Association, they implemented the first government of Western settlers west of the Appalachian Mountains here in Carter County in Elizabethton, or what would later be Carter County in Elizabethton. But these folks had no intentions of moving everything that they'd set up. They'd moved their whole lives here, and the British told them to move. Well, there was like a big pincher attack basically going on because we're trying to trade with the Indians, but then the Brits were going behind our back and bribing the Indians and saying, hey, we're going to give you all this stuff if you'll screw over the colonists. So in the middle of all this, the Crown had Major Patrick Ferguson threaten this area and tell them to put down all their weapons and surrender to the Crown and move out of the area, where he was going to come up here. He was going to burn all the barns down. He was going to take all the guns. He was going to, kill everybody up here. And rather than wait and, take on Ferguson and his redcoats when they came up here, the men of this area decided that they were going to take the fight to them. And so they did. They rounded up. They mustered at Sycamore Shoals in Elizabethton, and they took the Overmountain Victory Trail all the way down to Kings Mountain, where they surrounded the mountain and went up with guerrilla warfare tactics and captured the entire regiment there and killed Patrick Ferguson. It was a very quick battle, and it ultimately led to, in an indirect way, to Cornwallis's surrender at Yorktown. So that created a chain of events, not only that caused the American colonists fighting in the Revolutionary War to realize that they could actually kick these guys' asses. But then there was it caused Cornwallis to avert his movements and then be forced to go back away. He didn't want to go, screwed up his whole plan, ultimately probably ended the chain reaction, caused the American colonists to win the American Revolution. So the Overmountain Victory Trail, you can still go out and walk this, and you can take the whole trail.
Still, you're like, hey, there's an overlying government presence that causes all these bad things to happen. Even 400 years ago. Yep. It's like, government was like, hey, you don't do that. Someone's like, but we've already been here for a while. Why? We're not going to change this. And then they're like, well, since you're not going to do that, we're going to make the people who you're friends with not your friends anymore.
Yep.
And try to kill you.
Yep. That's exactly right. That's their MO. But yeah, go out there and walk the Victory Trail, man. Lee and Steph, especially if y'all are watching from PA, that would be a good one for y'all. It's a lot of sights along the way. I did it when I was a Boy Scout, part of it anyway. I actually got the runs and had to go home when I was like 11. We were doing the Overmountain Victory Trail, and we didn't walk all of it. What we'd actually do is we'd get in a van and like go to a place, and we'd walk over it, and then that van would pick us up on the other side and then take us down to the other thing. So we didn't walk the whole thing, but it was really cool what we did. And the other guys, they got to go all the way to Kings Mountain.
Went out for a hike and got a case of the trots.
That's right. Went out for a walk and got a case of the trots. Let's check in the chats here before we get out tonight. Love the Overmountain Victory Trail and the history behind it. Thanks, Black Ducks. Yeah, you're right. It is control. That's all it is. It's a way for the people who have been in control all along to stay in control, but to have us feel like we're in control, much like what they call democracy in elections. It's the New World Order is the old world order, right? They've just realized that they can govern.
It's like New Coke.
Yes.
Yep. Never thought I could be able to throw that alliteration.
Well, I mean, if you get right down to it, Davos is Switzerland. It's the big banking. It's where the old money of Europe, the black nobility of, and I don't mean African American, I mean like the dark unknown nobility of ancient Italy, of ancient, the leftover money, the heirs, people who kept the money from Julius Caesar's empire. We're talking about old money. We're talking about people whose names you don't even know. They live in Switzerland, and that's where they have Swiss banking accounts because that's the only place they can get away with nobody actually knowing where they are. So it's all this, the elite of the world, they can live in this super, free, non-intrusive state that they've set up for themselves. Meanwhile, the rest of us, we get IRS agents watching us. If I Venmo Dustin $600, he's going to have an IRS agent looking in his Venmo to see why I did that. But land of the free, home of the brave, baby. Hey, I appreciate y'all joining us tonight. We're going to get into more about. We're going to have to do more on the World Economic Forum, but it's just such a big topic, and it's hard to cover, a whole thing, and then there's little pieces, so we'll probably do more pieces, but I was trying to catch you up overall on the whole thing about where they are, what they're wanting to do, and a big part of it is the systems that they're putting in place here locally with the smart city. Chattanooga is a World Economic Forum, literally funded by the World Economic Forum, a smart city pilot program they did. And then we've got Johnson City, Elizabeth, and Kingsport all implementing parts of the smart city agenda. And I'm sure Bristol is too. I just have heard, actually I know Bristol was one of the first. So all the Tri-Cities and the local areas. Tim sent me, I think it was Weber City in Virginia, or Wise, that's also doing it. So, I mean, this stuff is going on all around you. You think you live in an area that where the people, the local politicians, they say that they're trying to protect you from this stuff, or they campaign on being against this kind of stuff, but they're actually implementing that. They're taking money from the feds, they're taking money from the World Economic Forum, they're taking money from international communist organizations to implement these technological control grid programs that you are already being tracked and traced by. All they have to do is turn the switch and say you're an enemy, and then you can't buy anything, you can't go anywhere, you're not able to get in to anywhere, you're not able to cash your check, you're not able to obtain your money, you're not only a social pariah, but you're not able to feed yourself, so you're reduced to begging. Once they like, all they have to do is decide to turn on the ESG scores, right? The social credit scores. Everything they need to have the system is in place right now. If you don't think they would do it, just look at the last 5 years and tell me if you thought they would do any of this stuff they've done. And well, you might think it, but you're watching our channel, so there's a good chance you actually are not surprised by any of this. But if you are surprised by this, just keep going and looking into it, and you'll continue to be more surprised. But that's all I've got for tonight, folks. We appreciate you joining us. Dustin, anything to leave us with before we come back on Thursday?
Blank stare.
It's the best kind.
Mm-hmm.
Let's do it together.
I'm good at that.
3, 2, 1. I could not screw it.
You're sitting there like